Well, hello there, RGL friends, family, everyone around the world. I am your retro gaming idol. Welcome to NinJULYden, our summer marathon of all ninja games. I am opening up with one of my childhood favorites. We're going to be here for a little while, so I hope you have plenty of hydration. I pretty much do. This game has an amazing intro and I'm letting it play. That's why I started a little bit early. So how are you all doing? Welcome. It's been not too long since you saw me last. I was here on Monday before the baseball game. Speaking of baseball games, did you know there is a Ninja Baseball Batman game? Yeah. It is exactly as silly as you think it is. It's an arcade beat 'em up. Yeah, let's get started. It's been not too long. I have been practicing this game like off screen here and there, so it's not like I have zero practice going into one of my childhood favorites for this run, so yeah, let's get started. Alright, controller pack. As you can see, I do have other files I've been using, and a bit of hydration to get this 4-hour block going. Let's get going. 3, 2, 1, and go. I am going to skip the opening cutscene, though. Opening cutscene's kind of long, but I do recommend watching it if it's your first time playing. Alright, very beginning of the game, you start off with a little money. It's enough to go buy lunch somewhere, and it's certainly not as much as we need for finishing the game, so we're gonna go get some money and beat some game. 4 hours, I might get a really good chunk of the way in. I forgot I'm not going this way yet. I will likely get to at least Dungeon 3. Maybe Dungeon 4, which the practice that I've had going into this has been up until about finishing Dungeon 3 and then going towards Dungeon 4. But there are 5 dungeons in this game, so we're gonna get there as soon as possible. This is gonna be an any percent run though. I am going to get some of the fortune cats, which are basically the like the heart pieces of the game, because this is completely a Zelda-like. We will be using this particular fast travel point, so that's why I'm going to it right now instead of having to come back for it later. In order to use fast travel points, you have to go inside coffee shops. You don't have to really talk to anybody in here, but you have to see the actual map itself. Alright. I'm going the opposite direction. This game has a lot of weird enemies to it, and that's part of the charm, honestly. We'll get the heart piece on the way out. You don't need it right now anyways. It's only a heart piece, it's not like it's a full heart. Sorry about that, my voice keeps cracking. I've been fighting off a little bit of a cold this week, but I was at a couple of baseball games and it kind of makes sense why I would get sick. So I wanted to spend the morning with you regardless of how I was feeling. I believe there's another one here. Yeah, this one I am grabbing right now. 4 of these will equal an extra heart piece, which you can be surprised by the amount of damage you do take in this game, so I'd rather just grab it now than later. There's a certain dungeon coming up a little bit later that will be pretty intensive on your life bar, so it's best just to at least have a decent amount of health in the game. You don't have to collect absolutely every like fortune cat doll though. Which is the heart piece turn. Camera angles are a little bit weird in this game. You have to wait for the camera to center backwards on you, which can take a little bit. But we're just climbing up Mount Fuji itself, which, you know, if Mount Fuji looks like this in real life, I don't know if people will be able to climb it. Yeah, this is one of those games I didn't really need a ton of practice going into this, because I knew the game already as much as I did. But it did help in... Okay. I got the timing right. Barely. There are certain parts of this that are difficult. I'm gonna go ahead and stay right there. There we go. Because that happens if you are in motion when you are next to a spring, you just get hit for it. You got your dumplings for health, which, you know, if you eat too many of them, you know, you're just gonna get fat. Because it's all fried food, so, yeah. Moderation, folks, moderation. Yeah, I'm glad I did some practice before this, because it made me realize there are a couple spots in which you are basically hard locked until you do something. Because there isn't a randomizer for this, unfortunately. There's a fortune cat up here in one of these entrances. That's pretty easy to get to, and might as well just grab it now. It's not that one. We'll be farming money in a little bit. Because in order to finish this game, you do need 1400 Rio. And anything else after that is basically, like, just change. I am like 100% sure there's a fortune candle here. It's one of those why don't you grab it while you're here kind of things. Is that it? I mean, I'm just a blonde, I don't know. Oh well. We're not really ruining our pace too much by doing that. I could have swore there was more than one on the mountain. Anyways, we're gonna talk to Mokube here and we're gonna get our wonderful, wonderful upgrade to a weapon. The star mark. So we have here what is more or less the hook shot. You get it extremely early in the game, unlike every randomizer I play ever. This is a weapon we are going to be using the entire game. The entire game, it falls off a little bit in damage later on. I missed the jump, I was supposed to jump. That's right, you just jump and slide down Mount Fuji and you take no damage whatsoever. And I fell off the wrong side. Oh. So yeah, it is definitely a good morning. Happy to be here. I'm happy to showcase this because this is literally like probably my favorite game on the N64. And there are very strong contests for me because I love the first two Snowboard Kids games. But these would all be my top three for sure. Not that. But yeah, I'm grabbing this fortune cat here because it's actually easier to grab now. This is ironically the only time you would grab it, if at all. It's parked all the way in the corner of the map, so it's like, eh. Having about like 10 hearts or so is pretty good to finish the game with. I don't know why I had the fall animation there. So we're just gonna go ahead and run back to town. We don't have the ability to fast travel yet, so... Once you get it, it's really nice. I'm just gonna let all that follow me. The game's nice enough not to like super go like crazy fast at you in order to actually hit you for damage. So you can walk past most of those. Because you're a ninja, you're supposed to move faster than the bad guys, right? Anyways, we are now back in Oedo Town, which we are going to go ahead and head to the first dungeon. I am not going to be getting the Fortune Cat doll in Oedo Castle, mostly because it requires you going back in after the dungeon's completed, and who the heck has time for that? We are in a speed run. This isn't a super casual showcase. I am knowing what I'm doing. Usually. That's yeah, it's kind of funny, right? But yeah, going back into the Oedo Castle dungeon in order to get this extra heart piece. Whoop. I did not think that was gonna happen. Shame on me. I lost my train of thought. It just happens, I guess. But yeah, going in, it takes about an extra, like, 4 to 5 minutes to get in there and get out, so it's like, eh. If you're doing 100%, it's the only time in the game you would probably want to go back in there and grab it, but yeah, I'm not gonna do it. I keep this save 3 file slot open anyway, so this run will just be like potentially finish and then just reset so I have an open save slot. Your save points are going to be outside of dungeons, or they are going to be in the ends, which that's just easier to get it right there. Alright, transform to Oedo Castle, room 1. This is where you get all your money in the game to actually do the run with. We are going to go ahead and grab all this in this one part right here, and then when we finish the dungeon, we'll come back in and do the rest of it. Each of these Rio is 5, so you're getting 120 from coming in here. And again, we need 1400 to finish the game, so gonna be a little bit on farming there. Always jump when you're hookshotting so that way you can get the most distance out of it. It mostly will lock in as long as you are pointed somewhere towards the entrance. Or the entrance. The block itself. So if you're even off a little bit, it'll hook on, but not if you're like pointing in the like exact opposite direction or anything. A toxic little monster. Kill everything in the room for this key here. Boing. Each one takes 2 hits. You take 2 hits regardless of which weapon you use. The hookshot, aka the chain pipe, is equivalent to your starting level of weaponry, but it's so useful that we use it for almost everything. So. Grabbing the silver key, moving on with the rest of our day. I was really hoping to show this off in a marathon. This is ironically one of my favorite games. Like, favorite games of all time, period, not just N64 favorites. You can grab the map right here. For Oedo Castle, we don't really need the map, but, you know. Just wanted to show it to you that it's there. I'm not gonna grab that. But I am gonna grab this wonderful Fortune Cat doll, because it's right here. This game has also one of the best N64 soundtracks. Don't fight me, just accept it. Gonna use that silver key we got in the other room. I love the unlocking noise in this game, it's great. Rude. So in this room we gotta fight the, well, floor mats. The tatami mats are out to kill us. It's great. Kill a few of them, get yourself, whoa, some really weird camera spins. Get yourself the next key, and on we go. My god. Let's see, I believe I'm going that way first. No, yes. I get a little bit turned around in here. This is a pretty big dungeon for a starter. Actually, I don't go this way first. Actually, I do go that way first. I'm kind of an airhead. Wow. Anyways, this is a mini money farm room. We can just go ahead and grab a little bit. This doesn't entirely waste our time, like, going in this direction first would. Oh. And we get a little bit towards our goal. That was, what, 60? Yeah. But yeah, it's weird going through this big room, coming back through this big room, and then going into that little door. Screw you. But here we are. That's just how the game works. I got turned around again, so it's not like it's unexpected that that happened. The blue ones are annoying. Can you stop that? Got our gold key. So some of the dungeons require the diamond key, but we're not going to come across that here. Pretty much just gold key and then silvers. But when you know you get the diamond key, you're about to go fight the boss. A full heart missing. I guess I can go grab food. Thankfully, when you unlock a door like that, it's automatic that you automatically go into it. Floor 2, we're gonna go ahead and play Ninja Hurdles. Whee! Yeah, the dumplings are out to kill you. Hooray. Don't stand there. Now stand there. Now the jumping is a little bit weird in this part. Yeah, exactly. But we need to go ahead and jump from this to the middle in order to grab our next key. There we go. I believe that's just a nothing burger room, so we're gonna skip it. Alright, this room is pretty infamous if you were learning Goemon actually as a speed run and actually doing it with glitches. Because you don't get the chain pipe there and you do like clip that. And it's really weird. Very, very weird clip. There's a couple of big like glitch clips and I don't know any of them and my hands are way too old to learn them, so my god, yeah. So you see this big hand here, this is where you would come back for the other fortune cat in here. But again, we're not going to do that. But yeah, knowing that clip requires actually getting like damage boosting right, and it's fairly difficult, especially if you're a new runner of the game. Here's your compass. I don't need the Oedo Castle map, and I don't need the second dungeon map, but the third dungeon is actually rather confusing, so getting the map in there is helpful. I'm a bit behind, not like terribly bad. Yeah, don't fall in there. If you fall in there, you don't lose a full life, you just take health damage. Oh yeah, there was another fortune cat in the other direction, that's what it was. But it's also not in our way, so I wanted to go ahead and just pass by it since this is an 80% run. It smells like danger to you. This game has a laugh track. And it is also incredibly silly and very Japanese style humor. It's amazing. Game's pretty generous with giving you a couple instances of health here in case you need them. But we don't. First boss. King Robot Congo. This boss is pretty easy by like any sort of like Zelda standards. It doesn't actually hit you unless you are just out of position. And by out of position, I mean getting attacked by the P lasers. When the game has to go, it has to go, and it has lasers that it... Yeah. It's that kind of game where it's just like really silly humor off the wall like that. The nickname P lasers though is actually just something that came about because of the fandom though. So just attack his chin where the gemstone is. It takes a fair few cycles. I think it's like 6 cycles total. But this is also like the most free boss in the game too. Yeah, just it's repetitive, but it's also an easy boss. There you go. We get our first of the items that are the miracle items. These items are 100% mandatory. So you don't want to leave this room without grabbing that. It's not good. Don't do that. Bum 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 bum. And we're just gonna fly through this because, you know, we're actually a speedrun and not... This isn't casual to where I'm like voice acting it or anything. And voice acting this game would actually be kind of difficult because there's a lot of different characters. Plus my voice is just like kind of broken right now. It is a but thou must. So this was one of the entries of the Ganbare Goemon series. This is only like the second one we got in America out of the 3. But the thing is, there are about 22 games or so in the Goemon franchise, not including the spiritual successor, which was Bakeru, or Mameru no Bakeru. Those were on Switch 1. I need to go back and actually learn that. Alright, so this is the only time that we actually do money farm in this game. So we're going to be in here a little bit. And this will get you enough money to finish the run. So that way we don't have to actually like make a trip to come back here. Once you get fast travel later, you can like warp to dungeon doors because you have the signpost out front of it. But I'd rather just do it now. It saves a flight later. I find going into the first dungeon door is the best way of resetting the room instead of going out the front door over and over. Just because of the door animations. If you're cool, you can jump through and grab all of them. Like a true ninja, but you know what? The timing on it's a little bit difficult. But yeah, we're here until we hit 1400. 1400 will buy 2 of the things you absolutely have to buy to progress the story. So yeah, like 22 entries in the series. They spanned all throughout like the portable arrows. I think it started on NES if I remember right. If not, there was the SNES ones. The SNES games were actually 5. We got 1 of them. That's the wrong way. It's a nice little cozy first dungeon. It's not terribly complex like Dungeon 3 is. So getting lost in here shouldn't happen too much. So a few more runs of this, then we'll be on our way for the rest of the run. That was weird. Just jumped on top of it. Yeah, anything you get along the way is just a bonus, honestly. Besides the 1400, which you can use to buy either like extra lives or like things that'll absorb damage for you, or things that will restore your health if you manage to bottom out your health, which is it's definitely possible to do in this game. So we'll probably go ahead and buy like a health item. Potentially 2 if we're unlucky, because second dungeon is a bit health intensive if the jumping is not being kind to you. Let's look at this, our 1400 right here. I'll do one more after this, and then we'll be on our way, just to like buy a health item. The health items, I think, either give you like 5 or 10 hearts, but there's also one towards the end of the game that just refills your bar entirely. So it basically functions as an extra life. Because the amount of extra lives you can hold is 9. Alright, that'll be enough health, or enough money right there. Alright, let's go. We're only in there like 6 minutes. Not too bad. I'm gonna go ahead and save here. Alright, so the Lord gave us the super pass, which allows us to actually leave town. This game has such a great soundtrack. So you can also use your money to attack with, and it's also mandatory to use it in a certain section in a certain way, which we have to unlock later. For an N64 game, and not a like late stage early N64 game, it's pretty as heck, honestly. We did get this in North America. I believe there's a European release too. Alright, so while we're here, I think it's this one. Yeah, it is. Again, that's a full health restore for us for a while, and it'll be partial later, but it'll still be pretty big. Out of our way. Oh my god, this is the Lord's Super Pass! Something tastes real off about this water that I have, but yeah. This is not necessary to grab at all, but right now is a good spot to grab it because health early is better than health later. Health later, if you've been grabbing like a ton of Fortune Cat dolls, becomes like just honestly kind of unnecessary because of how few spots of like mortal danger the game will place you in. So Musashi, we're gonna go ahead and just use that as a pass through. We will come back there later though. Random tunnel. Even the tunnels look like they're pretty like textured fairly well. Actually, it looks like you're in some sort of tunnel that, you know, is totally held up by a few pieces of wood. Smile. Totally not mortal danger, right? Alright, Shinano Aiga. This is gonna be your burst. Your first big boss fight. You have your boss fights in your dungeons, but there's also 3 of these fights coming up, and you're about to see some of the most fun things in gaming history. The golden ones over there will store all your health, otherwise the regular dumplings just restore 1. This game does offer a fair amount of like cutscene breaks for you to like not entirely step away from there, but if you want to grab like water and hydrate yourself, it's pretty darn generous. Like right here, for example, this is a forced cutscene. Who could have done something like that? The game tells you much later as who actually is the culprit behind that. And I'm not going to spoil it, because that's just something you should do by talking to the NPCs in the game. Like an actual dungeon game. Smile. Summons gigantic robot impact. Hey, what's up? You're again. How senseless can you be? The translation is interesting, honestly. I love enemies that just spin away. And now time for one of the best cutscenes in gaming history. Again, there are 3 of these fights in the game. And he can spin his head too. Great. Don't worry about it. Alright, so controls for these stages right here. We are charging towards the battlefield that we will be fighting on. Destroy everything before it gives you health and supplies to fight the boss with. That little fuel gauge right there is your health bar, so the more you destroy, the more health you actually have. I jumped way too early. But I did manage to catch this up. Huh? There are pitfalls that can honestly drain your health a fair amount, so just, you know. The jumping will be a little bit delayed on impact, I was way too early. The things that are in the foreground that looks like you can't actually attack them, you can still fire your Rio launcher at them, which is you literally shoot money out of your mouth. Or you can attack them when they're spawning in, but eh. We got pretty much an entire like health bar there too. The game is actually cool and it introduces your bosses to you, which is great. Here's where I remember where my Z button is. Okay, that's that button. Start button again. And I'm a pixel off. Yikes. What? Okay, that's not right. There you go. That's not it either. That was also wrong. My inputs are getting dropped from something. It's alright, we can beat the boss like this. I wanted to show off the laser, but I'm kind of misremembering the inputs on it. Because this thing is dead. The laser will deal about 400 damage, so yeah, I should probably look that up really quick. Thank goodness for game FAQs. Yeah, I was pressing that. Huh. Hey, I was just doing it wrong. Anyways, that's the end of the impact section for right now. Again, there's 3 boss fights of that in the game. The second one's a little bit more dangerous, as it should be. The game should be ramping up. I'm going the right way, right? Yes, I am. Okay. Yeah, you can press the C right key in order to bring up your map. This is pretty helpful and doesn't take up a lot of screen space, unless it's a really large map. Now, if you're ever lost, and there is a section or two in the game where you have to use it, there is a person available for 10 Rio in each town that will give you your fortune and tell you where to go next. But again, it's also a flag trigger that you have to toggle sometimes in order to actually progress. I believe it's at least 1 instance of it, maybe 2. This is very, very just like intrigue. The mysterious Flake Gang. The Peach Mountain Shoguns. I remember when I was little, I wanted to just like completely join the Peach Mountain Shoguns. I guess I could start that in a Warcraft guild or something. I don't know. Anyways, now that we're through that. We can save here. We just saved before the cutscene, but eh. I think it's this one. Yep, there you go. You don't need to save at the end because you're awesome and you don't get hit all that much and you actually farm health instead of actually paying exorbitant in costs. But I will say, when your first time playing this, 100% go through all the in options. Because you have a spot where you know you can farm money, so getting the money to do so is... That's an easy one to grab, so might as well. We come to this particular section of the game one more time. and actually like do stuff at the pond, but that's much later. I don't know why I went this way specifically. You should be the three-way, right? No. You are. Yep. Here you go. I went the long way for some really random reason. I'm also doing this out of sequence because I'm kind of just bad. You can also swap between your characters at any point in the game. You don't have to actually... I'm doing this out of... Hi. %, doing this out of sequence. Which the game does not let you do. Wow. Hi. Doesn't matter what you pick. You coward! Hey. Hey. I'm only telling you once, keep your ears wide open. He's Ushiwaka, the best looking knight in the world. But thou must. But thou must, unless you complete one of the hardest glitches in the game, which is the Benkei skip. It's either do that, which you can look that one up on your own to see how technical it is, or you can just catch fish. Wow. The game does give you an extra sound cue when you have caught the required amounts. We have to do this for all 3 colors. Hey, Ninja. What's going on, Weapon? Good to see you. Alright, we got the 3 bluefish. And 5 yellowfish. The ones in front actually work too. So, hey, come here. Thankfully, you don't have to do anything weird to grab them, you just run into them. This is some of the most casual, like, just chill, relaxing music while you're catching fish. Like, I feel Zazen Town has, like, one of the most, like, idle-friendly, like, songs in the game. Come on, here we go. I can get one more, yeah. That'd be our 5. How many redfish are there? 1. I don't remember if it's actually worth coming back this way or not. There's only 1 redfish, so not really. I think it's like 7 redfish. The guy's collecting a fish pond, basically. But you're just basically catching food for him, so... Try to jump up ladders when you can, it cuts a lot of time off. Oh, it's 8 redfish? Okay, that's close. Yeah, we're gonna just go to this map and then come backwards. This one has 2 on it. Wait. I don't think we have to go all the way upstream for that. To get that 1. We are at 3 right now. Okay, 4... 5. If you grab a wrong colored one, the game just hits the buzzer on you. It doesn't exactly do anything bad to you. A couple on this right here. Good. There's a fortune cat doll up there. You cannot get it until much later in the game. 7. This should be the last one here. There we go. Yeah, if you go upstream, that would actually be your last one, and you wouldn't have had to come all the way to that big room, but oh well. I regret none of what I just did to run into that wall. Not a single bit. Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and run back through here and go talk to Ushiwaka, who is gonna be very happy that we have fed him a lot of fish. Yeah, I'm about like 90% sure like everything leads to like Ushiwaka being a guy. Also could be like just like kind of just dressing the way he wants to. But you get the Benkei weakness, which is the Achilles heel, which we gotta fight. He will blast us far, far away if we lose. Thanks, Mr. Narrator. The narrator's name is Ellie Fun, as in Ellie Fun the elephant. Let's go. That's a little bit early. There we go. Nice. That was actually pretty flawless. Achilles' heel is meant to be the weak point of someone. There's something fishy about that story. And we get our ninja companion friend Sasuke, which Sasuke is currently dead. Batteries almost falling out. We have to find the batteries for Sasuke. We're not going to find them until a lot later, though. So just keep him in mind. Probably. Hey, yeah. That's just the end of that. And now we have ourselves a mechanical ninja. Believe it. Let me save real quick. Yeah, it's right here. I was about to say if it wasn't right here, I wouldn't go save, but yeah. The other curtained area should be a... I will not spend the night. That's Miss Menu. It should be a weapon and armor shop, which by weapon shop, I mean the things that help block more damage for you. Because the game is incredibly generous with your life bar, it will not work against certain things that are not physical damage, though. Physical damage includes the pellets that you get attacked with. It also gets like physical like hit damage. You can buy that stuff if you want, but since I have a very specific amount of money for a specific reason, I will not. So Yamato. There is a fortune cat doll that is inside this place right here, but you cannot open this right now. You open that much later. There's the exit. There are 2 exits out of here. I think we only take one of them. I don't remember really coming back to this area once you pass through it the first time. Yeah, this is the correct path. I don't remember where the other path leads, and quite frankly, you don't need to do it, so... The music in this game is so good. Like, look up the soundtrack on YouTube. It's totally up there, and it's absolutely 100% worth your time to just like find extended versions of the songs and just vibe. Kiawaji Island, this is our next area. There is one fortune cat doll here too. It's in a relatively easy to grab spot. It does force you to fall off and go back to where you were though. We'll go ahead and do that real quick just because we're close to another health bar. Grabbing the coffee shop here. Again, most coffee shops you don't have to talk to anybody to actually do anything. There is one specifically that you have to though. It's not this one. We're going to clear up a lot of the lag by actually attacking things. Because there is a ton of lag on this section. Aha! Joke's on you, you didn't damage me at all. Yeah, that fortune cat doll is right there. Is basically why not grab it while you're there. And because of the way we had it, it's actually a life increase. So, that's just an empty island if I remember right. An empty island. Shoutouts to MTI, who is our Sunday content creator every other week. That was a great joke and I do not regret it. Fight me. Anyways, this is one of the coffee shops you do have to talk to somebody in, but it's not really a coffee shop, it's the tourist center. Haha! I've called and summoned out MTI. Excellent. Our proud dragon is wild. But now we're going flying, so enjoy. Hope you like flying, because I do. So. I love getting randomly pinged for some reason. At least I'm getting pinged while I'm... Pinged while I'm like actually like not focused because that was a cutscene. I think if I had gotten pinged while I was actually doing stuff, I would have been a little bit more upset, but I'm not. You're a jerk and I hate you. Okay, I actually need to go to regular weapon here for a bit. Jerk. Yeah, jump hitting them is the only way you're gonna take no damage from those. Those ones don't matter. There we go. Haha! Ha ha ha! Ta-da! This is the subplot of the game. It's part of the main plot, but it's a total subplot. We are the annoying clowns. We are gonna get attacked by the control machine. You cannot actually damage it while it's glowing golden. You just dodge bullets. And then poke. And then you just do this back and forth until it blows up. Having to fight the dragon, though, can be a little bit disorienting, so try to stay near the base of the spine, right in the center here. And use the chain pipe to score some cheap hits since it's the same amount of damage as your regular base weapon. But this is how you keep from taking a ton of damage here. Because the shots are pretty erratic and they're pretty easy to dodge. There we go. That's the end of that. We have destroyed the mind control device. And we have freed the dragon, who is totally not Shenron. Smile. Totally not an anime inspired. Nope, nope, not at all. Anyways, we get dropped off at Compira Mountain. And the kid craters into the ground. Whoops. Not only did he crater into the ground, he's perfectly alive and fine. Ryuta the dragon child. The son of the dragon god. A demon, a devil. Bum, 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 bum. Again, amazing soundtrack. We are going to the hot springs next. The hot springs in Dogo, which are west of Io. Actually, it would be EO, technically. Just a tourist. That feels like a weird part of the translation. Just become a tourist. Probably lives here. Just gonna throw that out there. In dragon form. A town, village, coffee shop, or castle. Castle being you have to check the signpost outside of the castle in order to really do that. But you would save outside that anyways. I know how to play the flute. Me too! Why not me? This game has a lot of good humor to it, it's amazing. And the game is nice to actually tell you that it needs to be outside in order for it to work. And now you get the world map. At least Koryuta doesn't spin away. Anyways, we have to climb Kompira Mountain. There is a mandatory item we need, unless you actually... I believe you can just skip through it if you're glitching, but I'm not, so we're doing this the old-fashioned way. So we're climbing Kompira Mountain. There is a coffee shop here that we can actually access to make this return back that we're totally not going to be making during this run. But if you're playing casually and you don't climb up here the first time, it's like that. You will want to grab this coffee shop to actually make sure you can get back up here easier and not have to do the first couple blocks again. I love when health drops us randomly like that. Anyways, your coffee shop's here on 3rd block. And head up this way. Absolute banger song, by the way. Amazing. You know what? I'll take full health straight. I'm gonna ignore the garbage here. Oh, those are harder to ignore. But as you can see, it's totally like Takeshi's Castle, where you just have boulders being thrown down at you on a giant, like, ramp. Alright, so Goemon is going to make a cash donation to a shrine, as is tradition, right? The Medal of Justice. But we have an upgraded Medal of Justice now, which is going to come in very handy very soon. The Medal of Flames. This is about, like, I think 3 to 4, somewhere between 3 to 5 Ryu. Once to actually throw the Rio, and then to charge it up requires, I think, 3 or so. Anyways, we are now going to go down Kompira Mountain, which is a lot easier than climbing it. There's some NPCs there if you want to talk and get the full Goemon experience, which again, first time playing, I highly recommend you talk to every NPC. Remember that grabbing that coffee shop if you need it. In Sanuki region. Welcome to Folky Poke Village in Aya. You can save here if you want. Oh no, that's not the save, that's the fortune teller. Again, we don't have to do that right now, I just went in the wrong area. I think it's this one. That is not it either, that's the restaurant. Restaurant's good when you have a lot of health to refill. And you don't feel like farming all of it. If you are 100%ing the game, there is one Fortune Cat doll. It's like in one of these. You have to have an upcoming magical power in order to access it though. It'll be the first magic power you unlock too, but we don't have it right now. That should be the end? Yes. No, that's the armor shop. I'm kind of just an airhead. That's not it. Okay. That's the end. There's a sign on the front of it. No, it's not it. I'm totally misremembering was a village. But that is the flight area, but you know what? We have a dragon we can summon now, so it's not really relevant that we have a flight thing anymore, unless you want to actually go back that way, which we don't need to. If you're going 100%, you would probably want to go back to that way, because there's one Fortune Cat doll. Actually, yeah, we did skip that. That's back in Yamato, though, and the bamboo forest, so... Alright, Tosa, we're just passing through. Tosa, I don't think has a Fortune Cat doll on it. But this soundtrack is so freaking good, yes it is. We love this music and so do you. Soundtrack's so good. Okay, this particular Fortune Cat doll sucks. We might get this by complete accident. It's right here. Yeah, sometimes you just get that one by accident. Climbing up is a little bit annoying, but yeah. I think this is one of the few places where enemies actually respawn. There we go. Jumping up ladders is good if you can get the clip to the actual top of it to where Goemon pulls himself up. It's a little bit faster. But this is the Lagmato bridge for sure. There we go. And we're clear. Okay, no major problems there. And we got the Fortune Cat doll on purpose, so that was actually pretty nice. Now, if you remember, there was a conversation earlier about you needed to go to the Dogo Hot Springs. It's right here at EO. Now, you have to do things in a very specific order here. We're just going to run through this particular section, up this ramp, and hi there. Alright, so the Dogo Hot Springs is closed. Oh. You need to grab that particular pop-up. And then... you have to go to this coffee shop and actually talk to somebody. Wow, imagine having forced conversations. A dwarf in Zazen Town. Kinda cool looking, but also looked real mean. Well, you know what? That is actually important information that we have to actually deal with. So we're gonna switch the eye for the first time here, and we're gonna go ahead and get the heck out of here. We will be back very shortly. But now you get to see the cool flying sequence. Which will be this coffee shop. No, it's this one. Back to Zazentone. I got a new water cup. It's not as big as my old one that I had, which was my Seattle Kraken cup. I have a San Jose Sharks ice tumbler here, which is actually keeps things cool about roughly the same amount of time. We have to go talk to Ushiwaka again. Which Ushiwaka was this way. The fastest way to access him. Hey buddy, how you doing? You're so tiny. Strange power that makes you shrink. I love the little, like, walking away sound effect for the tiny form. It's so cute. Anyways, we actually are going to go follow him. Now, if there's someone that is more, I wouldn't say more into the Goemon lore, but someone that knows more about the lore specifically and can confirm whether Ushiwaka is actually a lady or not, that would be interesting information to have, because I've always thought that Ushiwaka was a guy, according to the actual canon of the game. So anyways, there's a bunch of different entrances right here. We're going to go into this one. The one that we just passed we'll be going into later, though. Much later in the game. Alright, so we need to switch to EB Sumeru and go ahead and talk to the narrator. Magical powers to make you shrink. Something terrible will happen if you get caught. You lose a lot of health, that's what it is. Alright, so just hide behind things. And grab things. You hear that particular sound effect, it means an enemy drop down. I think it's all the way in the other corner though. Am I getting lucky? No, I'm not. Actually, that sound effect isn't an enemy, it's, yeah. The sweet dropping. Oh, no, there was one. Ah! Oh boy. Now you get to see what happens when you actually, you know, get attacked. You only get 3 health here, so if you... I played it safe there. There you go. If you lose 3 health, you have to start all over, so, you know, don't lose health, smile. There you go, that's 8. That was a weird ending. You get to see the Abisumaru sexy dance. Yes, it's actually called that. The Abisumaru magic powers are used a lot. You will not be able to attack while you're in mini form. Okay, that's not a problem because it's a movement attack. But now that you have the mini powers, you can go ahead and get yourself a lot, I mean a lot of extra Fortune Cat dolls. Some now, some later. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and swap back to Yai and go ahead and get ourselves back to Eo's coffee shop. We need to go into the next dungeon. Now, if you're doing 100% of the game, you will be coming into this dungeon twice. Any percent only has to come in here once. Why? Because there's a Fortune Cat doll in here that you can't get on your first trip. Unless you do this dungeon second, which is weird, but I think that's how the actual, like, the actual task does it. But I'm not used to doing this dungeon second. I'm not used to doing this dungeon third, rather. Alright, press the C up button and go tiny. The hot springs are around the corner up there if you want to actually go check them out. In the speedrun, they're not relevant though. In casual play, 100% do it, get the whole full game experience. I'm gonna go in here first, and we're gonna go ahead and grab a free Fortune Cat doll. Yes, hot springs. The hot springs are really cool because you can just go mini Abisu and then you can just pretend you're drowning by like going onto your back and just like sliding around. Yes, when you are actually on Abisu you can totally backslide. It's really interesting. Anyways, I gotta switch back to Goemon here. And do that. And I think do that. There we go. Jump that. Jump this. And we're here. Saving outside. The Peach Mountain Shogun's Ghost Toys Castle. Again, you have to come in here twice if you were doing the 100% route. But this isn't any percent, so I'm only coming in here once. The banger soundtrack increases with this. Anyways, we need our Medal of Flame, so we have to toss a Medal of Justice. Yes, I'm using the official terminology, and I accidentally spent one extra. So this is the first dungeon in the game out of the other, let's see, out of the other 4 that will have music that starts off as something and then gradually evolves itself to something else as you actually pass through the game, which is a wonderfully cool feature about this game. In Oedo Castle, that does not actually happen. It only happens in Ghost Toys onwards. I need to get rid of you. I also need to jump properly. That'd be amazing. I'm just grabbing the Fortune Cat here because it's fairly easy to grab. And up again. There we go. There's a lot of Fortune Cat dolls in here. One of them requires a magic power you do not have right now though, and will not have for some time. Alright, if you want the map in here, grab that, otherwise just go over here and get the zoomies. Rude. Stop that. Now if you want to do something cool in here, I'm just going to show this off because it's right here. But this little elevator here, go down here, get rid of these. I'll get rid of them because you have to. I'm going to show you a little something else that doesn't really get shown during any percent runs, because it's just a little cool thing to do and it's 100% not required. Grab this little thing. You can't really jump or do anything while you're carrying this, it's pretty slow. But this is a showcase, so not a full speed run. Go up here and press the B button and throw it right there. Oh, no, pick it up and throw it in the center. There we go. And it blooms into a flower. Smile. And the flower gives you crap tons of money! And some health too. What a nice flower, right? It's amazing. %, not required to do that, but I wanted to show it off. Alright, here's another instance of a fortune cat doll room. This one's a lot harder to grab though. Alright, I'm gonna need to go. Oh, whoa. Okay. Alright. There we go. Yeah, this one's a lot harder to grab. It's a lot harder to grab because of the camera angle being the way it is. And that doesn't help either, you know. At a certain part of this particular walk, you can actually go ahead and just jump the rest of the way. Just jump through it. The jumping off ledges can be a little bit tricky too, because it just kind of gauges how much jumping you're actually doing. Alright, let's try this again. The reason why I'm actually doing this is because this is a golden fortune cat, which is an automatic full one. That doesn't count against your piece ones either. What the hell? It acts as a full heart container, more or less. There's only a couple of golden ones in the game, though. Most of them are pieces. Like silver ones. What the heck? What is this game? Turn. What the frick? Again, this is like the hardest thing to do. Like probably in the whole game, honestly. Mostly because of the camera angle though. Come on, turn. Can I get a decent angle there? No. Okay. I don't want to lose a ton of time here, but I kind of am. Yeah. Let's try this again. Or we can potentially try something a little bit different, but I have to be down here. Oh. What is this camera angle? What is this camera angle? Why is it not turning? What the frick? Can you turn, please? Thank you. There we go, it's a lot better. That was a little... You want to micro-inch yourself over here. And you don't want to jump off too early either, otherwise you'll just fork into the water. I think we got it, yeah. There we go. I find it's a little bit easier to do it on Basumaru instead of anyone else. Anyways, we're gonna head through here and get our next key. I think it's because of the way a Basumaru balances himself. It actually balances himself on one foot. Okay. Anyways, this room, if you were playing the 100% route, this is where the fortune cat doll is down there in the water. You need to be able to go underwater in order to grab that. You cannot do it right now, so that's why this requires 2 trips in here. For 100% anyways. But we're not doing that. It's not super far out of the way because you have the ability to warp straight to dungeon entrances. But yeah. The power is turned back on. You grab a silver key, plus you get a life extension because this is our next one. Alright, now I get to play Crane Game. Crane Game, you just step on buttons, just like real life. We go up here. If I get this first try, and that way. That should be it. That should be dead on, actually. It's fairly forgiving, unlike real-life claw machines, which are absolutely merciless. Here we go. Some people are really blessed with claw machines. I've only ever won something out of one once in my entire life. And that was at Portland Retro last year. The thing I won is actually a hideous abomination of nature, but it's something I won, so it's something I kept around the house. The Abisumaru camera is also a mandatory item. At least in Glitchless, for sure. Back through here again. I'd say the first dungeon you actually need the map in order to like not get completely 100% lost is Dungeon 3. Dungeon 2 you can get around pretty easily with a little bit of gameplay knowledge and just memory. If it's your first playthrough though, definitely grab it. Anyways, we got our silver key that we needed to actually go ahead and progress through here. So get on the shogi tiles and get going. Good morning, welcome. So the Abisumaru camera. There we go. Is a little bit awkward. There we go. I don't need the compass, which is the little like thing that was right in the middle of the room. Now this is the first instance of Kool-Aid water. Kool-Aid water is bad. Don't touch it. Dungeon 3, we are likely to have to touch it though because of how difficult some of the jumps are in Dungeon 3. Even in Dungeon 2 here, some of the jumps are kind of difficult. Got the small key. I say small key because, you know, Legend of Zelda, huh? We're gonna have the silver key there and move on our happy little way. That's just gonna happen. As you can see, the music's getting a little bit different since we're starting to get closer to the boss. I love the evolution of dungeon music in this game. It's so interesting. Ugh, I hate this jump. Yeah, Kool-Aid water does a lot of damage to you the longer you sit in it, so just try to do your best. Tilt camera, please. There you go. I'm gonna stand right here and try it. Because some of the jumps in this game are absolutely atrocious. Mostly because of the camera angle though, and the way the game thinks you're interacting by jumping off of ledges is also awkward sometimes. we're just gonna stand here closest to the top and actually use this to jump on it. There we go. Yeah, the tops are pretty slow, but it's also pretty much your only way across. Now, if you want to take a bunch of damage and get through this faster, definitely just jump straight in and swim back to the early thing. You'll take about a heart and a half. Which I'm actually just going to clip the rest of that. And take the half. Did I get food from you? Maybe? No. It's very hard to full-on die in this game, but it still happens. There are some rooms that will just straight up give you food, though. That are abusable. Oh god, this is the death room I was telling you about? It's actually right here. As you can see, there's a fortune cat doll in the very center of the room. Yeah, this room's a gigantic mess. The thing is, you can actually swim back to the beginning and get yourself the golden dumpling if you run pretty low on health, which honestly we might need. Because the jumps in this room suck. I forget if there's anything in the room behind us, but I don't remember us going into there on that route. Okay, so jump back on here. We've already passed the map and compass, so it's probably like a fortune cat doll, if I were to guess. Or, you know, it just might be the actual key and I'm an idiot, one of the two. Oh, there's the Z button. I remember things sometimes. But you just get to wiggle around. It's precisely as fun as you think it is. Yeah, Beast and Maru is kind of weird. But also kind of required to finish the game, so... Shrug. Has some of the best voice clips in the game, too. That's the silver key we were needing. Okay, now that I remembered how to do that, I'm totally just spamming it. Alrighty. Time to play Demonic Jump Rope. It should be a health room if I remember right. Yeah. Also extra money if you really want it. Gets you, what, 40 Rio? It's not too bad for wandering in there, but most importantly it gives you a crap ton of health. Which was good because we were starting to lose a little bit. I messed that up. There you go. Okay, now we can actually get through here. So this room has the first of these surprise packs. Which are your extra lives? It's free, why not grab it, right? And also grab the gold key while you're in here. So the way my vision is, it doesn't see the floor all that well in there because the floor is the same color as the Kool-Aid underneath it. And that's just how my vision is, so it's just hard to see. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this food again. Mostly because this center room is very health draining, so I'd rather just be at full and just skip the rest of it. Oh, wrong way. I did that because I'm kind of an airhead. Just gonna throw that out there. Anyway, swim in the Kool-Aid water for a little bit. That's why you refilled your health to full. Now that we've unlocked the gold, we should get a music increase. Oh my god. Alright, time to play pool. It's easier, honestly, to do this with Goemon. Because you can use the chain pipe to just do this range hits. Whoa, okay. Hey, we got that one completely off screen, nice. There you go. Yeah, all the cool kids play pool, and you can totally play pool in this game. It's weird, but so is a lot of stuff in this game, in all fairness. Ah, yeah, this room. Can you not actually stop charging early? Thanks. I did that because you just get rid of a lot of the ghosts in here, which are constantly just stalking. I don't know why I'm not playing jump rope here. I'm kind of weird. Oh yeah, we're definitely close to the boss when you start hearing this particular version of the song. There's a diamond key. I love the evolving dungeon music. I don't talk about it enough. It might seem like I'm talking about it too much, but it's just like such a cool mechanic for a game that I just feel like I'm not talking enough about how cool it is. So now that we have the diamond key, we are all good to get out of this area and through the rest of this dungeon. Boing, 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 boing. All the bunny bouncing sound effects. Boing, 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 boing. Alright, that sign will give you a hint on how to deal with the boss, but I'm just gonna tell you how to deal with the boss. Forced cutscene. Good chance for a hydrate break. Surrender robot, Daru Manyo. Alright, big weakness. Use the dungeon item. Gasp. It's invincible until you do that, so just do that. And then as usual, chain pipe is broken. Oh, you were doing that attack, okay. You don't want to run to the left while he's doing that, because that's where the direction of the the shots are fired from, and the way it explodes will just pretty much get you damaged all the time. So you want to go ahead and run right whenever that happens, not left. It's too early. Yeah, chain pipe is overpowered. Shocking to no one. It's useful for pretty much every boss out of, in a dungeon in this game, except for like one where it's like debatably good and often kind of weird in that boss fight. But that's the next dungeon, not this one. And this one's still overpowered. I am way too close to you. Okay, we're still good. Don't stand so close to me. Hello again? Yeah. That should be a cannon again. There we go. Does the same amount of damage whether you're using someone's weapon or if you're using chain pipe, so yeah. Anyways, pretty easy boss. Just don't run left whenever he goes back to fire a cannon, you're pretty good. You automatically grab yourself the second item, which you cutscene grab it, so you have to grab it. The first dungeon is the one where you can actually just straight up miss it, and you really do not want to do that. He beat me up. Peach Mountain dancing. Speaking of dancing. Who are you? Aha! I'm the leader of the Peach Mountain Shoguns. In the fresh spring breeze, shalala, I come alive, la. These beautiful visions appear before my eyes, la. Yes, I am, you know I am, the one they call Spring Breeze Dancing. What an intro. What do you have up your sleeves? Like my armpits. Straight up calls him Antonio. Yeah, he kind of bullies Abisamaru and Goemon like that. It's kind of a recurring gag in this game too. Antonio and Fernandez. But I mean, the dub of the original SNES game that we got in America literally renamed them to Kid Yin and Dr. Yang, so I think Antonio and Fernandez is better than that. The Great Stage Plan. Or the Gorilla Steak Plan, depending on which one you want. And now we're going to the Chugoku region because they're actually telling us not to, and they're spinning away because you know they're trustworthy. You're always getting away by spinning yourself. Alright, back to Chugoku region. So Chugoku region is one of the exits from Zazen Town, so that's going to be our next stop, is to fly back there. And now we get to deal with the most annoying dungeon in the game. The one where it's crazy easy to get lost in. For like hours at a time. It's probably the one dungeon where you actually want the map. You don't necessarily need the compass, but the map is 100% helpful in the next dungeon. Alright, we are back at Zazen Town. So we want to go to the other side of the town in order to go to the door with the Chugoku region. Also, because it is now time to start hunting for our lovely, lovely friend's Sasuke's batteries in order to get him actually working again. That is going to be our next actual, like, objective to do in the game. Not Shugoku Regions, this one. Sasuke, where's Naruto? I mean, so Naruto is not out back in like the late 90s, at least here. So if you watch the tasks of this game, you can see some pretty wild clips where you literally just completely fly through these maps into doors automatically. It's actually really cool to look at. I love getting health into immediately losing it. Smile. So off to Azuma, which is a pretty large cross-section. We're going to be going to the middle of the map a little bit later. I'm just using this because it's helpful to remember things. I pressed the magic power button, which she doesn't have yet. That's the reason why. And she can't even use her magic power on land, so sure. Small spoiler. The Dunes of Inaba. This is where one of the batteries is. It's also home to a Fortune Cat doll too, which is pretty easy to grab, so we're gonna go ahead and grab that while we're here. It's not really far out of the way or anything. But it's time to get our last party member, which is 100% mandatory because of some of the stuff in this game, so. We're on pretty good pace here. We haven't lost a lot of time to anything. We haven't died at all, so. Which, again, it's kind of hard to die in this game. Fortune Cat doll because it's right here. Things that will totally not cause you to suffer in real life. Grabbing batteries out of water. Don't put batteries near water, please. I wouldn't even say do it as a joke by throwing him into a pool or something. Just straight up don't do it. It's like sticking Pop Rocks inside a bottle of Dr. Pepper or like Diet Coke or something. Don't do it. Except for in the case of Pop Rocks and soda, you can actually do it and it's actually kind of funny. Don't do the battery thing. Don't mind me, I'm just making content while we're just walking through an entire section of dead content. So now that we've gone to the Inaba Desert, we never have to go in there again. Hooray. And now we get to climb this giant mountain that totally isn't like climbing the mountain back at, we call it Mount Fuji. For this section, I need a beast submarine again. So you would probably not think about doing this like until you really thought about it. The Azumo Amnesty. It doesn't really give you a hint or tell you what to do in here, to the best of my knowledge. Unless there's a sign in here and I'm completely wrong. Nope. Lake with a large tree. Get a picture of this. It's mandatory. You add it to your collection, and that's where the second battery is. I love the song in here so much, it's so comfortable. And now, good things happen. Electro Shine Unite, aka inserting the batteries. A little bit of flashing there, sorry. It's only brief, thankfully. There's not too many instances of heavy flashing in this game, at least. It's not like Earthbound or anything. Yeah, about Wise Man. So we as a group think it's the Peach Mountain Shoguns. I know better. So now we get one of the most useful characters in the game. I'm not saying Yai is not useful, but the amount of instances in which case you just need to use her to flute somewhere, they don't outweigh the amount of times you need to be Sumeru's camera or Sasuke's like other weaponry and what his magic power is. So like it's every character is useful in some way, but I think she's probably the least useful overall, unfortunately. We're gonna go this way now. We're going this way and we're gonna swap to a base Sumeru while we do that. I'm so used to playing Warcraft that like I just keep wanting to press the button to auto run and just like take my finger off the control stick for a second. But it doesn't work like that here, unfortunately. Grab this coffee shop in case you need it. I don't, but you know, it's just right there. On the very off chance you need to use this as a connector to something. Alright, back to Hoggy. I didn't say Hoagie. That button. Here we go. Pretty sure it was this one. It's easy to get lost in Chugoku region due to the size. But there's one screen we haven't come across yet that I'm thinking is this one. No, this is a Kia Shadai. Okay, this is actually where we're supposed to go. We'll hit the other place on our way back. Even though we could just flute out of there. It's like one of the only times we actually go to that screen too, so... I'd rather just get it out of the way, honestly. Okay. Now that we know where we're going... We are going to Dungeon 3, aka Dungeon Hell. I'm hoping not to get really sidetracked in here and lose a ton of time. I'd like to show you the end of Dungeon 4 in the 4 hours that I have. But that all depends on whether I can actually get through here because I'm getting lost too much, which... Even someone that is a runner of this game like myself can still easily happen because Dungeon 3 is really just all over the place. I'm saying it by number because I don't want to spoil the name until we go in there. Nice, quiet, comfy music. The Festival Temple Castle, aka my personal hell. You're gonna save here, but we needed Sasuke for here because we gotta explode the door. I hate being here. Let these fall, otherwise you will not be happy. If you feel like you're about to get blasted by one, just, yeah. I don't know if I want to skip that, actually. Skipping that does save a fair bit of time, but it also requires a item normally that we would be getting that's actually useful, so... Let's not go that way first. Let's go through here. Go out the other direction. And head under the platform. And on we go. We're still above 1400 Rio, so that's the most important thing. I get lost in here all the darn time, unfortunately. Again, it's another temple where you know that... Okay, it's just food. There's a fortune cat doll over there, but you have to get the sub-weapon for Sasuke in here. Which again is mandatory anyways. Train of thought. That happened. Thankfully you don't lose a full life in this game, you just take health damage. Unless you're like low, in which case you would just get yourself blown up. That's the first time I jumped into a pit in this game, completely by accident, of course. I love the Sasuke swimming animation. It also feels like it's faster overall, that's why I like doing it. I'm grabbing this because I am kind of weak and cowardly. Yeah. I really hate this dungeon. Probably the only dungeon I actually would need the map on. Really don't know why I'm grabbing that, but whatever. Now here's the most confusing part of the dungeon, is when you get this fork in the road. It looks easy now until you have to remember that you have to climb through it. This is also one of those dungeons where, whoa, forgot about that guy. This is one of those dungeons where you have to come back a second time if you want 100% it. Because we're doing this dungeon third. If you do, you can't really do it second either. You might need that. I don't think I need to go either of those directions. I still get lost in here to this day, so yeah. Sure. Yeah, playing out the staircases is awkward sometimes. You're a jerk. You're a jerk too. That was just money. Thought it would have been food, but I don't know. That was kind of wishful thinking. This dungeon isn't as generous as the other ones. This festival temple is just crappy in general. Oh, that is not the way we're going. There's our next fortune code. It's very easy to get lost and be like, where the hell do I go in here? So very easy. Wander on the outside of it. Away from me. Okay, I think, yeah, this is the one that lets you get that way. We're trying to get to the center of the room, so I'm gonna jump on this one. silver key to get back to the door that's at the center of the junction. Now we can just go the way back we went, or we can just take this path here and go the other way. Yeah, I didn't want to go that way anyways. In order to get out of here, you have to use these things again. Which is also really awkward considering the camera angles. Yeah, I'd go this way. Let's take like 3 hits or so. I don't really care. Now there's a lot you can actually do in here, but it requires getting up there, which I don't think you do on this side of the map. It's like an extra life, I think. Gold key. Now silver key's back out here. There's something in this Crossroad Junction room that you can only get with Sasuke's magic, so we don't have that, and won't have that for a little while. Came up here to try and avoid most of this garbage. Let's see, the music's picking up, so that's a good sign. Yeah, I think that's all that's up here. It's an extra life, actually. Which is good, but not necessary. Yeah, there's like not a key up there. Now you can negate some of the fall animation by like weaponing when you're actually jumping down. And now, like, the most useful thing in the game, the Kunai is Severe Cold. This thing is gorgeous. Kunai Intense Hail Beam, which is a shotgun spread, which we don't necessarily need, but having the actual power itself is mega important. See if I can do this without getting bullied. Camera angle? Okay. That's as good as it's gonna get. I'm trying to clip into this. Which clipping into this is kind of annoying. There we go. 100% Hunters Rejoice. This is mandatory for you. Hell yeah. It's a little bit easier to clip floor with them. But also, there's another fortune cat right there, which requires you to jump on the other side of the room. And I just kind of brain farted. Besides, Sasuke is actually, like, cool anyways. This is ironically, like, the most useful character in the game. Yeah, don't miss that jump or you'll be very sad. Yeah, there's a lot to do in this room. I'm not gonna get all the fortune cat dolls in this dungeon because, again, you can't in your first trip. I love getting DMs on Steam right when I'm trying to speedrun. Smile. That is a distraction I'll deal with in a couple hours. This room is bongo drum room. Or specifically taiko drums, because, you know, taiko drums are cool. Taiko drums are like... I don't want that. It's like the most comforting music to me in like all of music itself. I can literally just sit there and vibe for hours to it. Yeah, Kunai Severe Cold, just endlessly useful. This is an optional item, but I do recommend grabbing it, especially if it's your first time. You can also just skip that by doing it without having to freeze the platforms, but it's just easier if you do it that way. Bisumuru gets the Meat Saw Hammer. If you are low on health, this thing increases the drop chance of you actually getting food instead of anything else when you're hitting enemies, and it can be useful to you. This room... This is where you start getting turned around pretty quick. Oh. Jumping on taiko drums. Neat. This room is the other side of the platform, yeah. Okay, so this doesn't matter. Maybe just jump on the taikos to get out of here. Okay. I'm kind of floating around in here, just endlessly spinning, to quote an old friend of mine. I need the gold key to progress though, and I think I missed it. It's in here somewhere. Not there. Is it here? Oh, this is the rolling room. The rolling rock on the rolling rocker. I'll go left this time. Okay, yes, it's the right room. I think it's this door? No, this is the door that leads back here. Okay, now it's the other door. One that's farther in. I'm back out here. Wait. It's not up there. I think this is the part where you have to go back to the beginning and use the free... Okay. Can I clip, please? Whoa. Okay, guess not. I'm pretty sure I can clip through that, but my controls just didn't want to do that. The game is a little bit selfish and finicky with controls. But we're gonna take Sasuke's new weapon for a spin. It's money powered, but at the same time it only costs 1 Rio to fire projectiles, so it's a very cost-effective weapon. Does about the same as a regular damage, but it also like just stalls things for you, so you can just get past them like that. Or if they're one-shottable, they just makes them explode, which is great. I come back to the very beginning of the dungeon and go up this staircase finally. Skip that. And this is the part I was telling you about earlier. If you were reading the signs, which... There you go. There's something in the center of the room if I remember right. Get over those. Stop that. I think it's if you were over here on this side. Camera, please. Thank you. Nope. No! The game's even telling me no, there's nothing there. I'm an idiot. RIP. My 100% brain was tingling thinking there was something up there, but 100% brain does not need for the right now. However, I can grab the fortune cat right here, which is a gold one. That one's a free grab, but we want to go back to the other room that we just passed and climb up there. Which is not this room, but the other one. This is the other thing you would want the Kunai Severe Cold War. I froze that way too close. Yeah, go a little bit farther with it. There you go. That'll work. Except when you accidentally fall off. You stop that. Jerks. Anyways. Okay, that's way too high. Or is it? No, it's not. Hooray! Oh, jeez. Game jumping hard. That was gonna turn on me as I was jumping, so that wouldn't have worked out at all. Try this again. 3, 2, 1. There we go. Can you not? Oops. Hello, Ninja Enjoyers. Yes. This is where it talks about freezing the box heads, but you don't have to do that really. Not in here, anyways. And more importantly, there's the golden key we need. 100% need that key. And we can pretty much get out of here the fast way, which is going this way. Which takes you to the back side of the room and lets you actually just go ahead and head back towards the gold door right here. Which the gold door was in the west path. which is ironically the path you had to come back to later. That's why this is like the most confusing dungeon in the game. Which we go in here, and then we turn right there. Now this is the path you actually need to be on. Get that. I don't think there's anything else in here. Okay, there's nothing else in here. Good news is we're almost out of here. Now time for the laggiest room in the game, but this is also the last room before the boss. Well, last big room anyways. There's actually stuff in here too if you want 100%. Like I think there's a fortune cat doll at the very top of the section. Which is definitely possible to get. But it's also laggy as all heck, so a little bit difficult to get to it. N64 lag at its finest. Oh, that was a big jump loss. You didn't want to clip. Fine. Die. I want to be over there. N64 lag it would never. I know, right, Diggle? Falling here would be really bad. Don't do it. You don't get damage from falls in this game, but it would be a massive time sink. We get to go to the super fast one, go zoomies, past the health that's over there, and up here is where we jump off. Get rid of that, and then... So, if you're going 100% and want to grab this fortune cat, you're going to have to sacrifice a little bit. Which I'm going to be dumb and do it, just to show it off. You go this route, and then go on this windsock here. Which this one's ironically the least laggy in the game. Joke's on you. You took the worst path in the game, now you have to suffer. Or you can do this and potentially get lucky. If we don't get lucky, it's gonna hurt, but yeah. Go this way. Oh. Okay, we're good. Yeah, if you miss that, you are going to be very, very sad. We made it, fam. And this is the part where, like, being Sasuke kind of sucks here. So I would probably just stick to Goemon or Abisamuro. Welcome to the next boss fight. Which this one's the most time consuming unless you glitch into it. The Ghost Robot Tsurami. But you get the awesome dungeon music here for boss fights. But she throws plates at you. The red plates, you go bunkies. It's easier to do this with a bludgeoning weapon like Goemon's or Evasimer's than it is with a bladed weapon for some reason. The hitbox on it feels like a little bit different, sometimes it just clips through and screws you over. We're just gonna endlessly walk around a bit, because we will get stuff thrown at us if we stand still, so we are just endlessly spinning. Hitting both of them doesn't matter. A ghost robot as a concept, I know, right? Okay, attack pattern changes. This robot takes like a forever to kill in this game too. I'm not worried about the damage, it'll just heal off when we're done out of here. I jump and risk damage because it's faster overall. This should be the end of phase 2 right here. Yep, there you go, phase 3. It wants to attack you by running into you, but it can't because it's a ghost. Shrug. Yeah, this particular section sucks. This is why you want to have as much health as you can. Or at least have a revive item like I do. Should be one more hit after this. Ow. I fulfilled my own prophecy, but in the wrong direction. Yep, there you go. Woohoo! That's the end of Tsunami, which is the most annoying boss fight in the game. And while she is exploding, I get to hydrate. Hydrating is a good idea. Wow. Imagine doing it. The Miracle Star. Ooh. We're actually on good pace here. Here's Sharon Robot. It's Bloking Passage. Ah, typos in the translation. Leave me alone! Stop frightening me like that! Who are you calling a weirdo? I don't blame you for calling dancing a weirdo, but me? I guess you need to get to know me better. As cute as a kitty cat, la la. Yet as dignified and beautiful as a lily, la la. Yes, I am none other than Kitty Lily! A big star like me will be swamped with fans, making things unsafe, blah blah. Going to Kyushu. Yep. Kyushu is right outside back in Ikea, should I? Learning Japanese geography through this game. Smile. And we saved right there, but I'm gonna save right here anyways. Oh, that's right, we didn't get healed. It doesn't really matter though. We're about to go back to Zazen anyways. Honestly, like, before I go to Zazen, there is one thing I want to show you. It is a huge map, but we can just warp back from there instead of warping back from this particular segment. There's a map that has 2 fortune cat dolls on it. They're both silver ones. But yeah, there's a lot of walking here, so it's like the urge for me to just want to push through it and just ignore it is also a thing. I forget. Things I haven't done is press the pause button all game. Okay, I'm only at 1/2 or 1/4 anyways. Going to Kyushu this way. The gateway viewpoint. Oh, now time for first cutscene. Now here's a character you beat at the beginning of the game that we totally skipped, which is Omitsu. Omitsu is a delivery girl. Play from Uedo town to Kyushu, yep. But, you know, Kyushu is kind of unsafe. It's forced dialogue, I can't skip it. And it's forced dialogue that is auto, so... We're supposed to go to Kyushu, right? Epic music, go! You should be following her instead, right? That bridge is totally safe. Hey, you remember that board game when we were little called Forbidden Bridge? I actually had this one. Yeah, that's the Forbidden Bridge. It shakes and it explodes. Also say goodbye to Kyushu, we're not seeing that again. Smile. With the amount of time we have left to actually finish this run, yeah, we're not getting to there. I probably should have did a 5-hour estimate and would have woken up earlier, but oh well. One of the voice clips they actually left in the game. And the Kyushu bridge has been destroyed. When lost for answers, we should ask the fortune teller. Yes, this is the required fortune teller segment. Along with the Omega Virus, nice. Happy to have you along for the ride then. We most likely won't finish this run in only 4 hours. This is more closer to a 5-hour game. Again, I probably should have started earlier, but oh well. We have a lot more ninja action coming up for the rest of the weekend, so... I'll have to make way eventually. Now here we can start making our way back towards where I was going to show you, just to show you how big this map is. We're not gonna walk all the way back, though. Walking all the way back to, oh my god, Zazen Town would be really, really slow. So I'm gonna go ahead and switch the eye here, actually. And we'll just get ready to leave. Actually, for this... Oh my god. You have to go this way first. No, for the section I want to show you, it's a Besumeru, specifically. I think I'm actually going to skip one of them. I'm just going to show you, like, the easier one to grab. Grabbing the other one requires a Besumeru's mini magic, but it's also slow to grab, so I don't really want to do it. Anyways, welcome to Aki Nagato. This map is huge. It also looks like a person, like a duck person, really. I'm only gonna grab this one here, which... This way! You don't have to grab either of these in the any percent run. I'm just doing this to show you how big this map is. Because it's a showcase, it's not necessarily me finishing this. And when I submit it in the future, it'll be closer to 5-hour estimates, so I'll actually be able to finish the run too. Do I really want to... Fine, I'll do it. It's a showcase run. Doing this is about a minute though. Yeah. Because we don't have the magic that Yai has, we have to get this done really slow. But this is also the only time in the run you would even come over here, so... do it now or never. Take a Besumeru, walk here. Shrink here. Waddle, 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 and... throw here? Yeah, this is an extremely annoying silver fortune dollar yet. But now we can go back to Zazen Town from here directly. We can also take a nap at the inn too because our health's low enough. I want to show you, like... No, the food's cheaper. I want to save the surprise of the inn cutscenes for you all. Because I don't remember how many hearts each of them restores, depending on how much you pay, but... yeah. I can also just be really cheap and use the meat hammer for a bunch of things. But obviously you can't fight in a town, so... Alright, this is gonna tell us to do a certain thing, but the certain thing is... this is the food shop, yeah. I have extra money, I can work with it. No, that's the rice production. Rice ball shop we don't need. We need actual food shop instead. Was this one? Or is this the end? Should be this one. Oh, there we go. No, it's the armor shop. Crap. Well, you know what? I'm gonna give you guys a treat. My lovely, lovely chat, I'm giving you a treat. I'm showing you one of the end cutscenes. We are going to do the silver room. The cutscene changes depending on which room you stay in. I'm gonna save the full health. Alright, now we need to go talk to the fortune teller, which this does require 10 Rio. You have enough because you've been saving and haven't been like spending crazy with it. But the fortune teller is on the other side of town, so we gotta go through here. I'm not gonna regret doing this, but I am gonna peak my mic a little bit. It's a volume warning. Urazuma! Urazuma! The Mount Fear where it snows. There you shall meet someone who will be great help to you, Plasma. However, let's first go to Endo Town and go one training session. That is a required hint. You have to actually do that to progress. But now we go and do what he says and go back to Endo Town. I think it's the only forced hit in the game, if I remember right. It's not required to grab the hint as we saw back at the Doga Hot Springs, but that would also be the other place you would probably be like, where the hell do I go next? So anyways, there is a skip that does not require you to actually grab this power up, but we're gonna do it because it's fun. This one? It's one of these houses. Yeah, here it is. Hey, buddy. I am not the right person. A body of steel. Now I'm the right person. This one is very easy to fail. The Oyakatas are just going to try and destroy everything. If you hit them 3 times, they reset. Ah. Sorry, I'm going quiet. I'm trying to focus mode here. Because losing this minigame sucks, and it's also very easy to do if you're not careful. Yeah, the clip that you do to bypass this particular section right here is a huge time save, not having to do this minute and a half. Yeah, they can just sneak up on you really darn quick. Now you can call yourself a muscle man. Move heavy thing. So basically it's like going berserk mode. You take extra damage, but you also deal extra damage. So now it is time for us to head north, because we have super impact power. I'm not gonna save here, I'm gonna save when we get to the next town though. Totally not Goku hair smile. Only time in the game that gets used during any percent. Yeah, Goemon's power is only useful once, in my opinion. Oh. It also lasts a fairly long time, too. I am... Hey, we got the clip, let's go. I'm going the right way, I think. No, I am going the right way. There is a fortune cat doll in here, but that's in the other direction. And we can use it to grab a health refill later, like in another particular fortune cat drop spot. And now we get some of the like best music in the game coming up. A little bit laggy in this particular section. Oh wait, this isn't the best song in the game. Best song in the game is north of here when you get past this town. This is just kind of a, hey, it's freaking cold, kind of like dead Silent of Night sound effects. So welcome to Mutsu region. This is the festival village. This is a nice cozy little place. I think this is one of the other spots in the game where you have to actually talk to somebody to progress in town. Which if I remember right, it's on this map. The saying if you climb up the waterfall of Kegon, you can become a mermaid. That is a required dialogue. But we don't need to do that quite yet. I love the Mutsu music, it's so comfy. But we are supposed to go this way, right? Our level 1 weapons don't work here. That's our required progression going up there, so I'm going to show you this because it's the way they want to actually, like, intended developer way of actually telling you what you're supposed to do next. Or you can just do it because you already know, but since I'm wanting to show this off and not necessarily speedrun it, it is something I want to, like, just go ahead and take another fortune hit. Because you need to know how to upgrade your weapons. But how would you know that unless you actually talk to Mr. Purazuma? Purazuma! Purazuma! Increase the power of your weapons to a higher level. Have a skilled technician handle it. Purazuma! Extra Purazuma for bonus. Yeah. We need to go back to someone that has handled things already for us back in the past. And this is why it's important to actually grab this particular coffee house. We're gonna stay on Yai and then climb the mountain, because we can just use her to flute back instead of having to swap to a bunch of people. This would be the other time in the game you would potentially go grab this fortune cat if you're doing the 100% route. You are going wrong way. This way. I just get turned around right there. I wish I had green hair. That would be really cute. Unfortunately, I'm a brunette, which means I can't actually change my hair to anything besides like blue or purple. I don't have a really good hair color. Not for styling or dyeing anyways. I was cursed by being a brunette. Because both my parents were. Actually, my father had black hair, if I remember right. So I would have been screwed either way, unfortunately. I wanted blonde hair because blonde is like super easy to just play around with. So this is your second required climb up Mount Fuji, but it's also the last one. Can you think like 3 hours ago we were actually just climbing up this for the first time and just kind of like, oh hey, we've got a grand adventure to start, and all of a sudden we've just like gotten it's time to go kind of vibes instead. Okay, that just flipped, so it's safe to walk. I'm just gonna skip that. Boing, boing, boing. That way. Jump attacks are basically a really effective way of attacking everything in the game, honestly. Few instances require you to actually ground attack to do anything. Like specifically Congo, the first boss that you fight. That's all ground attacks. Hey buddy, I need help. You've come for a cup of coffee. Mount Fuji coffee. Here's your level 2 weapons. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, I can use the sword spin, which is kind of cool. I think if I remember right, it blocks projectiles. And also just looks cool. But it also requires you to stand still, and standing still in the game is bad. Alright, so back to Mutsu again. We're gonna be staying up here for most of the rest of our time here. Alright, so back out the north entrance, going towards Mount Fear like I was telling you before. I wonder if there's mountains like this in Japan. Or just literally called Mount Fear. This game is using actual, like, Japanese, like, layouts, yeah. Now that your weapons are level 2, you can literally chop a gigantic rock in two by hitting it horizontally and watching it crack vertically. Gameplay logic. Those rocks totally don't fall down and kill you, smile. They fly so hard they disintegrate before they hit the ground, so they actually just enter the atmosphere. You don't need to use the Abisu camera here, so don't worry about it. Alright, so you need 300 Rio of the 1400 you saved up to spend right here. I love this song, it's so cozy. But I love snow and ice and water theme songs, so it's just kind of who I am. Fun cutscene right here if you want to read the entire thing. And it's for 120 years. Calling him strange, wow. My power, I could call him out here. That's what we saved up for. There he is. I think his dialogue box changes slightly depending on who you have out. Because he's the freaking wise man. So, we're in the same region, we don't have to flute back. Let me just run down here. There's nothing more to do out at the top of Mount Fear, so don't worry about coming back up here. If I remember right, I do have controls for turbo plotted here. Okay, I do. So my hands are old and I need help doing this next segment because this is a lot of button mashing otherwise. That's probably why I wouldn't officially submit this, because using turbo here is like mandatory for my poor hand health, which is not all that great to begin with. I actually dropped my favorite Seattle Kraken cup and broke it because my hand just kind of shorted out, so yeah. That's why I'm using a Shark's Cup now, but I prefer the Sharks anyways, so it's worked out in the end, I guess. So the Uzun Tunnel here is going to be our next stop. We're actually making pretty good time here. We'll should be able to finish the next dungeon before our 4 hours are out. And then next time I'll submit it for a longer run. You're just climbing the mountain. Go, Koryuta. The Mermaid Princess. Huge power up. Again, this one is required if you want to go back into Ghost Toys and go get that particular Fortune Cat doll in there, but I'm not going to. What I am going to do though is get attacked by snakes. Screw you. They're eels, but yeah. Power up. Okay, it's inverted. I always forgot. Also, swimming with Yai, I'd rather just use a turbo button for those. Another reason why I wouldn't submit it. Old people hands are not cozy. But, Fortune Cat, and it's a gold one, so let me go. That one's an easy one to grab, and you never come back in here, so you should just grab it now. If you're gonna grab it at all anyways, which, again, gold ones are worth it, so why not? But if I remember right, there's nothing else in the Uzun Tunnel besides just that one gold Fortune Cat doll. I could be completely misremembering and have something in here like a silver one, but I don't think there is. I'm pretty sure the one I'm thinking of is actually in the Northwest Tunnel instead. Which again feels kind of like a typo, it feels more like the Northeast Tunnel. At this point in the game, your chain pipe is not as powerful as your weapon, so it's more of a convenience weapon than it is actually, like, going to deal damage. But for trash mobs, it is pretty good. It stays relevant throughout the entire game. Alright, on to find the last item. Alright, the Mutsu Shoreline. You're a mermaid now. Use it. Yeah, absolutely one of my favorite tracks in the game. And also the underwater sea is really beautiful too. Your attack as a mermaid is to dash through things, and it gives you iframes, I think, so. The free one-up, you might as well just grab it here. Plus, grabbing it underwater means you don't have to deal with the actual, like, standing cutscene. That saves time, too. I'm pretty sure there's one fortune cat down here. Obviously, you can't swap back to normal form underwater. That would not make sense at all. Yep, there it is. That one does make you stop, though. Which we don't need that anymore. But what we do need is to go this way. This is the only time in the game you would actually come around through here to grab that, so might as well just grab it while you're here. Because now we're sneaking in here, and things are about to get real with one of the better dungeon songs in the game. That is the wrong direction. Whoopsie. I came out the propeller blades and totally didn't get turned into sushi. Nice. Okay, can I go the right way this time? You know that way is the way we went. Let's go this way. It's been a little bit since I've been in the submarine, so... It's a smaller dungeon than Festival Temple is. And so it's harder to get lost in here, but I still might miss or route something in here. I didn't get a chance to practice for a submarine before I came in here, so... sure. Maybe not. Try. It's not really necessary to grab that one, though. Hey, look. Blocks are still useful. Ah, dang. Everything's have to kill you in here? And everything takes multiple hits because you're supposed to actually be using your regular attacks by now? For you too. Yeah, that's the way we came in, so we got this way. No, I'm completely wrong. Oh. Again, it's very easy to get turned around in here. What the heck? Oh, it's this way. And that room just loops. There we go. Fine, I wanted to take a bath anyways. Smile. Let's see, that way. It's like sponge cakes. This is a very food-related dungeon. The game does give you a chance to actually save your life if you miss a jump, because there's ladders on each side. But they do require either, like, Kunai Severe Cold, or just to take a bunch of damage. All the food-related dungeons, including the conveyor belts for sushi. Oh, you naughty. Okay. There you go. Got your first silver key, so now it's time to get back across here. And miss the jump. Thankfully it's not the one that, like, just straight up murks you. Across the sponge cake again. What an absolute tool. You're a jerk and I hate you. Bye. There we go. I don't need golden. Oh, it's that slow health. If you want the compass, it's right here in the ramen bowls, but you know what? I don't really need it. I just wanted to show off jumping in ramen. Music's starting to pick up again. You know what that means, chat? We're progressing. Oh, just in case you wanted health, this is a giant room for that. Which requires a character swap, but worth. Also just to see the giant dish of pudding right there. That's another reason to want to do that. Kunai Severe Cold Room. You can use it if you want. I don't find the reason to. Let's say grab key. Grab key first. There we go. There's a gold dumpling that way, so we go this way instead. Pretty easy room. You can also just damage boost your jump over there, but wrong. I want to show it off the cool people way. That is key. Whoa! I forgot about these. This requires a silver key though, and we just got a gold key, which means we got this way instead. The Yai Bazooka, not super useful, but the lock-on is kind of cool. Grilled burger, yummy. Yummy, yummy burger. That way. Weird for a gold key to unlock a silver key, but such as this world. We don't have this power up anyways. Like French fries, honestly. This jump is weird. Wait, was there a hidden path that's camera locked? Yes, there is. Okay. That's what I was doing wrong. Wow. Pretty sure you go this way first. Unless, you know, you just fall into the water, then you're just bad. Oh my god. Maybe you just climb back to the beginning and then just jump from there. Again, trying to do it the cool people way, but just not cool enough, I guess. This looks sort of familiar, except for the giant crab. Which takes several hits and shrug. This one? That's kind of... Unless you're using kunai, and actually hitting kunai on those foxes is kind of annoying. Weird. We need a silver key to progress. I think it's in here. If not, it's back in the dungeon. Oh, that way. Big hammer. Oh, that's the diamond key. Silver key is back this way then. Another wind-up camera. See, it's useful, but not mandatory. At least for this dungeon. Here's your diamond key, which means we get out of this dungeon. I might get close to finishing the game in 4. We're like really close now, actually. There's not too much left to do. Except for the fact that timing in this is kind of strange. There you go. I hope you have everything done you want to do in this dungeon before you step on this. Because we are going straight to go mode. Turn, please. Camera? The health isn't really necessary here. Yeah, this is an expendable dungeon, meaning it's only going to be here once. So yeah, if you step in this room without checking the entire dungeon out, that's unfortunate. A die-hard fan. The Kansai region, dropped it in Zazen Town. Not going to be that easy, Lila. You're invited to hell, Fernandez. That pun. Bunk, 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 bunk. Use the device to get rid of those guys. You're pretty much in go mode at this point, honestly. There's like very little you need to do besides go back to Zazen Town with the money you have saved up. Oh, and get the Sasuke jump goods. It's very useful. Be food for the fish. Now you want ramen? Good. I have done my job in making someone hungry with that dungeon. Nice. Forced cutscene. I'm not gonna talk through it because, you know, it's the impact song. We gotta just keep going. Meanwhile, back to Spinning Land. It's been a while since I've done stage 2, so I might not remember where the bridges are to jump over. Whoop. Okay, apparently mountains can kill you if you don't hit them fast enough. What? That was a bait. Boy, I suck. It's very hard to see these bridges for me for what it's worth. Not that that's like a big excuse or anything. But we're pretty good on health here, so it's the important thing going into this boss. I don't care about the money, I just wanted the actual health. Because this boss can be a little bit of a jerk. The charming mermaid Tai Samba too. Wow, I was way off. It's gonna be a hit, whatever. I deal way more damage to you than you do to me, buddy. But yeah, when you lose control of the fight, that's when you start going into phase 2. Which is underwater, which is where Tai Samba obviously has the advantage, but... Oop, denied. Just carry on as usual. There's the button I was looking for earlier. So that's an extra 400 damage right there. Lost mechanics. How dare you? We didn't end it with the actual impact beam, but you know, you love this game. I'm so happy for that. This game is actually incredible. I think what I could do for the next time I submit this is probably add an extra 30 to 45 onto the estimate. Because I think we can actually do this in under 5. I'm not sure if I'm going to have time for the entire dungeon while we're getting the next runner set up. But this gives me a good like estimate of how to actually like time this for future runs. So he went to America first and then he went to France after. Alright, so the game did mention that we need to go back to Zazim. Which thankfully we can just teleport from right here. Rude. Bird bombs. So whenever I go to like baseball games, because it's so close to the water for the stadium, I find at the end of each game when people start filing out, there's just an endless flood of seagulls that just completely hover over like buzzards for the whole thing, because they're looking for food and stuff that get dropped. And like it's just like this wild sight of just like several dozens of seagulls just flying around. It's a fun stadium, honestly. But I'm sure they eat well during games like that because people just drop food all the time. They're kind of nature's nature's cleaning crew, as it were. Let's see, I forgot if you do this without getting the cutscene trigger first. No, you do not. Burbs do be burbs, yep. Burbies do burby things. Yeah, this is finally the time when we actually go climb this particular doorway. Hey, it's good to see our runners in chat too this early in the morning. Nature's trash compactors? Yeah, kind of. So yeah, seeing Mount Nagoya-take right here, kind of important, but you know what? You kind of can't jump up there, so when in doubt, talk to the fortune teller, right? Smile. Just got off work, nice. All set for your runs tonight? I say runs, but one runner is up next and the other one's at the end of the night. CV2R race? Oh wow. I mean, that makes you mentally ready to prepare to play. Yeah. See? Smile. Let's see. Now it's time for everyone's favorite fortune teller. Urazuma! For 10 Rio, you get to hear awesome lines like Urazuma! The Collector of Zazentown. Okay. So the Collector of Zazentown, now that we've seen Mount Nagoyatake, actually is in here where I was trying to talk to earlier. Yes, that is the best clip in the game for voices. Oh, and Omitsa! Where are you? Oh, Collector of Zazentown, Ushiwaka, I think. No, it's Benkei. Benkei is the one with the big collection. I'm almost to the trigger where you need to go to that fountain. Collector with a collection even greater than mine! Hihachi. Okay, now that's the flag we were looking for. Still run like a Basemaru, arms slowly rotating around while I fatly waddle around corners. Oh, goodness. It's time for Kahachi to surface. Get your Kappa emotes in chat, fam. There he is. With his own theme song, even you don't hear anywhere else in the game. Haha, that feels like a reference to something. It's a tough world, haha. Hey, stop calling me cute. Everyone else does it, I'm not gonna hear it from you. So yeah, favorite food. We're definitely in the last, like, quarter or so of the game, so there's not much left to do after this. I should be able to unlock this now. Special key. Okay, not yet. I don't remember the exact sequence of this. It's been a long time. I didn't get this far in my practice runs while I was getting ready to play for the marathon. Mostly because of time constraints. Yeah, you need his special power for that, but... Or you can do the actual thing and just like a B-suit clip with mini magic, which is... I'm not doing it because I'm not doing glitch. We're trying to do this the old-fashioned way because, you know, playing the game is actually important too sometimes. The way it's actually developer intended. Even though it's like way slower doing this. What was the next sequence? Oh, one more time. Urazuma! Urazuma! Oh, the Son of the Golden Priest, okay. Yeah, 5 lives plus a revive item in this game is like really overkill. Where's your son? Big Sacred Fire, Nikoyatake. Be quite that simple. Sense of training, you can jump imaginable heights when you proceed, yes. And Bizan and Shikoku. Okay, now we have the key. Thank you. And I'll remember that for the next future runs that I'm doing. Yeah, if you watch the task for this, it's really impressive how much you can either, like, clip up, things with the Basumaru, or just straight up clip into, like, zoomies all the way across the map, like freaking zips in, Mega Man games. Accidentally a ladder glitch. That's amazing. Okay, now comes, like... This is not as annoying as Goemon's, for sure. And it's not as button mashy as, Yai's is. This is the last one, though. Oh, that can't be normal. Now you can fail this if you get to the top and you're low on time and you don't walk forward. That's the biggest thing. So just getting to the top isn't enough. You actually have to like stand on top and pose, more or less. Ah. Every song in this game is catchy. It's such a blessed game. My hair is in my eyes and it's driving me insane. That's why I don't wear headphones. Okay, there we go. I don't wear headphones in summer, or at least not while my hair is down. You can call yourself a super jumper. Now here is like the most fun thing in the game to play around with. There is one thing you can get in Zazentown for a fortune cat that you couldn't get because you didn't have this power. Super jump is like the most fun thing to use in the game, and honestly like the most useful power up. If you remember all the way back in Festival Temple when I mentioned the one item for a fortune cat that you needed this jump for, it's time to go get that. But that's only if you're doing 100%, and honestly screw that dungeon. I cannot stand being in there. Alright, so remember all that money that we saved up for at the beginning of the game? We saved up 1400 Rio. Yeah. Here's why. That's gonna be weird. Okay, there we go. That's gonna be very weird, having my D-pad right there and then having to use the stick right on top of that. Hi there. Why yes, 800 Rio, what a fraud. I thought it was 1100 for some reason, but you know what? 800 Rio for one cucumber accurately predicts real life inflation right now. Life. So anyways, we have the quality cucumber now, so now we can just go bug Kahachi and actually get his favorite thing that he had out of this treasure. We have about 25 minutes left on the estimate. Let's see. We can get pretty far with that. Because we're in the final, like, sections right now. If we went a little over, we could potentially, like, finish the game, but we'll see how far we get in these 25 minutes. In future runs, we'll have a better estimate of how much time is left. Here's your cucumber. We paid way too much for that thing. But we got the last miracle item, which puts us in go mode. Later. I would love to see a randomizer of this game. This game needs a freaking randomizer. Now that we have the Miracle Snow, we can actually just straight up leave. Is there nothing else I want to do? No. Okay, yeah, we're out of here. This is the time you would go to clean up everything that you need to do. Because this is a point of no return coming up. I think I'm going to leave this save down here and just practice the rest of the fortune cats. 800 Rio is $2.38 for a yeah, so cucumber prices before this mess we're in right now, like 125 to 149, I think, depending on which place you're shopping at, of course. Other places might offer cucumbers for like a little of 99 cents. I was at Costco the other day, and when I was in the giant cooler section where all the fruits and vegetables are, cucumbers, like a bag of mini cucumbers, which is all they sell for those, was like $6.49 or something. So yeah. That's about the price you would expect. Assuming Rio is like yen anyways. I did the dumb. Fam. I was gonna save in Mutsu. Hang on, I'm going back. I'm sorry. That's gonna take like 1 or 2 minutes to come back. I wanted to have a save down here, because otherwise I'd have to go from my other save at the beginning, which was in Ghost Toys Castle. So I want to have one save out here and not use a save state for it. I totally, completely forgot to do that while I was here. That's my fault. I want to at least get you guys to like the beginning of the final castle, which is ironically like some really good music, and then like the end part of the castle is like the best song in the game. No, that's the kind of numbers I'm thinking about. Don't think a cucumber's worth that much. Well, what about a quality cucumber, huh? Alright, now that we've got a save down here. I'm getting pinged again. Okay. I got pinged. I'm sorry. And it wasn't something that I needed to check immediately, so... NinJULYden is here. Welcome to NinJULYden. Let's smile. Stone Circle and Ugo. We have the 4 miracle items. We are off to the point of no return, which is right here. No, I do not. Because I want to save down here. If anything, I'll just like save state, like off screen or something. Yes, we will be going to outer space. And we can never return down here again. So that's why I had that save off in Mutsu. So I can practice the 100%. Gorgeous musical castle. Oh, epic music. This is Epic Music Part 1, by the way. Epic Music Part 2 is coming up after. Sure. I was worried about falling there, but thankfully it didn't happen. That was a pound of gold. Oh my god. That takes that much to just fire off a Medal of Flame. Got it. Smile. Please don't fall here. Oh jeez. Scary. Falling here is a very big time loss. There you go. That's why I'm actually pausing before my jumps, because I'm just that paranoid. Now this, I actually want Sasuke for. Or the fans could actually give me a favorable pattern and I actually don't need to boost jump over there, thankfully. And here's the gold key for the beginning. Ooh. Boing. It's so much easier to Sasuke boost clip that. Which way am I going in? Down there. Okay. What? If you need money, I suppose you could use this area, but you should have farmed more in Oedo Castle if you really were paranoid about more money. Because these are just not really worthwhile. Yeah, that was a direction. Come back here. Now this room is so really strange for what it's worth, which I think all it's worth is actually yeah, the map. And I guess the other instance you would use Goemon's impact power for. Oh wait, there's a key there, never mind. That's worth it then. And then... oh, switch character. There we go. Hey, that ended up being necessary, go figure. Oh god. There we go. Yeah, this game does a pretty good job of like making everybody useful for magic at the very end. Like this part right here, you need a basis for. Hoya hoya. Ooh. But you know it's a serious place when everything is a gold key, more or less. Good. It's like those are the real hammer bros right there. Heck with Mario's like shell ones. Just in case I need boost jump for this section. Yeah. Diamond key. Yeah, it's down here. I didn't grab map, did I? No, I did not. I don't know if you come this far back or not. Yes. Oh wait, no, you climb the ladder. Climb ladder. At that camera angle, you do not have the ability to really, like, boost climb up. There we go. That's why I was like spaced out. I'm like, wait, I don't have to go back more, do I think we can actually finish this. It would be like slightly overestimated because there's not much left of the game here. I think there's one in that. Surprise pack. I'm gonna like actually grab that, or just want to like be doing. This wasn't necessary at all. Lovely. They make guys be like the least useful. It's unfortunate. Okay, yeah, we're 100% going. If you get hit by roses, they deal damage over time. Think this one for shopping? No, that's the end. Which I don't want here. I think it was actually back the other direction. Because the thing in front of us is the thing we need to do, but I was gonna grab a... what do you call it? A super rice ball here. There you go. This rice ball. This Strength Ball is all your hearts instead of just 10. So if you have more than 10, it's Value City. Whoop, there we go. Alright, now we're definitely in go mode. Gotta get kinda close though. Rude. Whoa, okay, buddy, that was something to turn around to. This is not what we're looking for, but oh, Mitsu's here. Omita! 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 Where is rigid and cannot be opened easily? The restaurants. Which restaurant should be this one, if I remember right? It's back. No, it's right here. Hey, Wise Man's alive! Yeah. I mean, the spirit didn't lie to us and it was actually helpful for a mandatory clue, so you know it's fine that it was totally the spirit of someone that's alive, right? Yeah. By the way, those are not car magazines in the original. Smile. The mechanics all seemed familiar. Yeah. Yeah, they were. Yeah, it was totally the Peach Mountain guy. Smile. My god, why am I getting pinged so much? Thanks. Anyways, level 3 weapons. These will enable you to break the final door and definitely puts us in go mode. Yum. You know what? I will buy some of your food from your fine establishment. The poop knife. Sponge cake. Yummy. When you have small health that you need to restore, like, restaurants are better than ends. These ones are attacked differently. Yum. Here it is, fam. Best song in the game. God, I hate these platformers. I would throw away the actual Cat Jam dance emote dungeon for sure. Not a huge time loss right there. Ironically, probably a little bit instead of a lot of bit. Okay, this you need boost jump for 100%. God, that is really weird on my controller. But we got through it. This way? You could impact your way through those, but the question is why? Well, besides jumping around their own. Whatever. The gold fortune cat right there. We're doing it, fam. It's the slow elevator of doom, but we're doing it. That's our diamond key. I grab the full health and immediately get arosed. Oh. Arosed. Whee! Money. I didn't have vision on that, so there's no way I would have gotten any, like, more than that, honestly. Oh, this way. Blah! Final room jumps. Feels weird, man. Ah. Okay, this is like the room of the last fortune cat doll. I don't think... Yeah, we're at a quarter, it doesn't matter. If you go back in the other, like, part of the castle, you can totally grab that golden fortune cat doll and that counts against your total, but this is any percent, so shrug. Dirt. You die for that. And now we're in this room, which means we're actually literally about to, like, get the last concert. Woo! Okay, yeah, let's not fall in there in this time. We're here. It's time for music. Welcome to our stage, Lala. Experience our secret powers. It'll be history for you guys. And then we should become die-hard fans. Listen to this song, Lala. The song of the Peach Mountain Shoguns. That's why I'm getting pinged. Because anime silliness. What was that? I don't know, but I think I'm becoming a die-hard fan of Dancing and Lily. It's a very hypnotic energy. So delightful and dramatic overly so. No, I do not, because I want my save point back on original land. So here we are, the final, like, prepare sequence for the final boss fight, which is done in 2 phases. We're slightly over, but we're literally right here at the end of the game, so we can probably GG soon-ish, like within the, probably the next 5 to 8 minutes. Goody! Breakdown! The last head spin. Anyways, this is the final sequence here. I now have a better time in my head of what to actually submit for future runs of this. I'm actually surprised because I didn't get caught up in Festival Temple like I thought I was going to, that I could actually be here to actually finish this run. So the estimate can probably be like 4:30 at worst. What the heck? You want as much health for this as possible, by the way. Why did that happen? Sorry, intense jumping because delayed jumping mechanics. So that's way. Nope. I thought it was too early. Okay, never mind. Hello, hello, welcome. We are at the final encounters, which two boss fights here. The second boss fight is honestly easier than the first. But we have shared health for both of this, so we gotta make sure we don't take too much damage here. We don't really need projectiles for stage, or excuse me, part 2, so we want to get rid of the cannon so we stop taking as much damage. Our life is way more important than our money here. Your life being more important than money. Imagine a world where that's true. Wait, that's bad angle. I also pressed the wrong button. I'm gonna have to wait till the next cycle opens. Okay, cool. That gets rid of all that garbage. Gonna deal with one more set of these. Rude. That's a little bit off to the side, actually. Ugh, that's such a waste. Not fudging that one, though. Our life is way important than our money. I mean, sage advice regardless. Yeah. That's generally how life works, is your life is actually the most important thing, because it's not a renewable resource. I was slightly off. I probably could potentially clip that. Oh. I messed up the stage 1. The stage 2 is going to be fine, though. Alright, this is the last of those. And we have way more money than we can even use for this last part. Anyway. Oh, no. I gotta be in it right here. There we go. Okay, that gets rid of that. I can definitely get that time down for sure. So Balbera is dead. But I did mention this as a second phase to this. The grand finale is about to begin. Now, the Fairy of Love and Dreams to toil. However, this boss is actually easier than Balbera's. Because it's more of a traditional fight. Rude. Why are you not getting grabbed? There we go. Come here. I do have meter, but I didn't time it right. Okay, I can definitely do it next hit then. There you go. Yeah, let's just miss. Great idea. Smile. You have to aim for the top of them too. Can I get meter right there? Wait, I can fire through that. Ora, 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 ora! Hey Kaka, good to see you. That button. I don't have meter here. That's it. GG. Oh, jeez. So yeah, that was Mystical Ninja starring Goemon. I know I can get under 4, I think. Because the Balbera fight was definitely really bad. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. And this is the last of the voice acting for the game pretty much in the credits here. Thanks for the GGs, everyone. Lots of love. We're behind schedule. Like, shame on me, I'm the opener and we're behind schedule. I want you to at least see the last explosion. So coming up next, we're gonna have Lords of Exile. And then after that will be Deus Ex Randomizer. And then there's a whole lot of more ninja stuff later, so. Today and tomorrow, we're here for you. I appreciate you all. This is my only submission for the marathon because I only submitted one thing. I don't know any other ninja games off the top of my head that I can potentially do. But yeah, that is boom. And you get to hear the best part of the voice clips right here. Baka 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 baka. Oh, okay. Alright, let's get those handed off. Lots of love, everybody. I will see you all in the next marathon. Stick around for today and tomorrow, okay? How does that feel? It feels like we're about to go to commercial. Smile. Lots of love, all everyone. See you soon.